Brangus steer exhibitors, this is first call for Class 31 lightweight Brangus. You can be moving to classification. Again, Brangus steer exhibitors, Class 31 lightweight steers, be moving to classification, please.
Adams Fab. Established in 2007, they build custom livestock pinning and equipment to fit all your needs. Hanger feeder rods, adjustable slam gate latches, and skirted panels, it all comes standard. Custom pins made by hand and hot dipped galvanized so that you know that they're going to last. Adams Fab is a certified TIPS vendor and can design, fabricate, and install equipment to fit all your needs. Visit AdamsFabLivestock.com to get started today.
Well, as we get out here in this class and the Gert show, again, a really nice lineup of cattle. We thought this class was sure for cattle, extremely deep, and some give and take in them. But for us, this red steer walks out, and that's one of those, man, he really catches your eye. When you get him on the stopper on the lead, he's one that's really good in his neck set, very attractive, and yet you get your hands on him. I mean, real fresh and clean shape, just really one that puts together a lot of positives, really sound in terms of his build. He gets out and goes. At times, you know, he wants to let him maybe throw those front legs out, but when you ask him to lead, he breaks over and reaches like he should. And again, you see the balance in him. You see plenty of shape and freshness, and we like all those traits about him. From there, 2 and 3 was a close call for us. The steer in second, I think he's just a little more attractive in terms of balance. He's more elevated in his chest. He's better in terms of his lower shoulder, and just the way his neck sets in him there up front. He comes decent in his top line. I really like the length of hip, the depth of quarter he has. Just a calf there that's sure nice. You know, at times maybe pushes just a little more forward in his knee and hock, but still a nice calf there that gets here in the second hole for us. The young lady steering third, love this calf in terms of his rib cage and his dimension. That is one that's big backed and particularly thick back through his quarter. We like the flex and reach on his back too. That calf for us, just at times, just like right now, you can get him a little awkward. He gets a little deeper in his chest in terms of his shoulder, and not only and his dewlap and brisket, it throws his balance off just a little bit. Now, when she gets his head up, kind of pulls it together, you can live with it, but that's one of those things that came in to be a factor in how we place those two cattle, because at times it can throw his look off from the side. The young man steer we have in fourth, if we're just judging him on the stand, this calf gets up here towards the top of the class because he is one that's good and fresh through his center body. He has dimension from end to end. He's a calf as we turn him to the side. I think, again, still proportional in his kind, maybe not quite as just neat in his chest and up through his neck as some. The big thing for him is when we ask him to get out and lead, he wants to duck his pins, get a little awkward in the way he uses that hind leg. We'd like to square him up and strengthen him up. We do that, all of a sudden he goes from fourth, maybe up there to first or second, but that's where we'd change him at today. The young lady's light red steer next in the lineup. Really like this calf from the side. I think he balances really well. He's sound structured. He's smooth made. He just needs to have more shape when it's all said and done. The yellow calf next in the lineup, I like his bone work and muscularity. Just a little coarser up through his shoulder and his overall build. You'd free him up in the way he comes to the ground. The next two red steers in the lineup, both cattle we can appreciate for having some top side power. For us, maybe just a little off in terms of young man steer there and the light green shirt, a little deeper chested, off in his balance, a little big in his joints. Young lady steer coming next in the black, gets a little frail boned and a little puffy even in his hock at times. We'd like to change him up there. And the calf that wraps up the class, not a bad steer, one that has some length and extension to him, a calf that has some dimension back through his quarter, but gets a little off in terms of just his balance, the way he flows together. Really nice class of calves. Let's give those kids a round of applause, please.
And in the middleweight Gert class, first place went to Grayson McMurphy, Randall County 4-H. Second place, Bailey Fudge, Corns County 4-H. And third place, Courtney Fay, Stockdale FFA. We'll be moving to the heavyweight class of the GIRT division. This class has 23 entries, ranging in weight from 1335 to 1500 pounds, and once again we'll be placing 3. Attention in the barn, Brangus steer exhibitors, class 31. You need to bring your steers to classification, please. Brangus steer exhibitors, class 31. We need your steers to the classification area, please. And a reminder to all of you exhibitors throughout the day that got moved to the ABC division. You will need to check the weight breaks for the ABC division, and your steer's weight will fit into the weight break that your steer fits. Again, you may not be in the same class that you were in your original division, but in the ABCs, when you get there, your steer will fit into the weight breaks as set for the ABC division. A reminder to steer exhibitors who've shown throughout the morning, remind you that champions and reserve champions and all first place steers will stay here in the barn, but all other branded steers need to be taken to TLMA pens across the way. So if you have a branded steer from this morning that is not a champion, reserve, or a first place steer, please be taking your steers across the way to the TLMA pens, and I think you will go out the door G.
We're having some really nice discussion on these cattle. I'll tell you what, the top end quality has been very, very good, but I'll tell you what, on these classes, we've been going stroke for stroke, and it's been fun out here getting to work through a quality set of cattle with a really quality set of young people out here. Some calls that we talked about making, I thought there were some really nice cattle in here, some ones that were on the bubble that we discussed. A lot of these cattle, really, the whole set of them, you talk about good-bodied, good-feeding cattle that can get to a heavy weight. We've got a good set of them right here. You put these cattle on feed, you don't have any problems with them. Maybe some of them, the ones that are kind of the first few in the line, the couple especially, need just a shot more shape. This one needs to be just a little bit sounder. We honestly thought this one was real close to making the call. You study his hock and you study his rear feet and the way that he goes to the surface. That's what kind of bumped him out of the bubble. But I did think both of us thought that calf was really, really close. This one needs just a shot more muscle, and he's just a little rounder in his build and a little more uncoordinated. We've got one that's just a little staler in his shape, and kind of the same thing goes with the ones that are coming right here, right here, right here, right here, and right here. They all just need a shot more muscle and a little more freshness to them to go ahead and work up. This calf right here is another one that we thought was kind of on the bubble too, because he's got an awesome shape to him. His composition is very, very good. We just need to change him in his build and his balance. His front end structure isn't quite good enough. His lower body balance is inverted just a bit from the side, so we could change him there. I didn't mind this calf right here. Whenever he came in, his bone and his features good. His body type's really nice. Get up on top of him. He's just a little disappointing in his shape coming out of the backside of his shoulder over his rib and loin and out of his hip, but definitely a quality calf there that I like his body type and structure. Good set of cattle that we got to work through there. Congratulations to those exhibitors. If you would, give them a nice round of applause.
Brangus steer exhibitors, class 32, that's the medium weight class. You need to be moving to classification. Again, Brangus steer exhibitors, class 32, be moving to classification, please. Attention steer exhibitors. If you have tack that is going to be held over here until wave 2, 30 minutes after we finish the show today, you can bring your tack this direction and put it in the classifying area. Again, if you have tack that will be carried over left here for wave 2, you must bring it and store it here behind the main arena in the classification area so the rest of the barn can be turned over. Brangus steer exhibitors, class 32, middleweights. We need your steers at classification. Once again, Brangus steer exhibitors, if you're in class 32, the middleweight division, you need to bring your steer to classification.
Adams Fab. Established in 2007, they build custom livestock pinning and equipment to fit all your needs. Hanger feeder rods, adjustable slam gate latches, and skirted panels, it all comes standard. Custom pins made by hand and hot dipped galvanized so that you know that they're going to last. Adams Fab is a certified TIPS vendor and can design, fabricate, and install equipment to fit all your needs. Visit adamsfablivestock.com to get started today.
Well, as we get out here in the heavyweight class, the Senator Treater Show, really a tough one for us. Those three steers there at the top's been as tough a sort as we've made, and we'll just tell you what we saw in them. We had great discussion on the cattle. For us, the steer coming out, one of the bigger calves out here, but he's one he's fresh at that weight, and we can live with that because when you start breaking them down, that's the calf of these top 4 or 5 that combines genuine power, fresh shape, plenty of dimension. He's good in his rib cage. Structurally, he's certainly acceptable. Gets out, takes a long, relaxed stride. When we look at him in terms of balance, he's good enough. You know, he's not the prettiest one in the top 3, but I still think everything balances and ties together good enough. And we do like the fact he can handle that kind of shape and dimension and weight and still come to the ground fairly good in his joints and the way he reaches. The yellow calf that we have in second, you know, this calf we really like in terms of his structural quality. This calf has some power and shape up high. We love that dimension about him. I'd be the first to tell you I'd just like to open him up a nickel there in terms of just his forerib through his rear rib and flank. Just change him up a scotch there. But that is sound, structured, proportional cattle that sure has some muscle to him and, again, has some presence. The steer in third, he's the one that made it so tough for us because standing there, this is the guy. He's the one that has the look, and I like that balance in him. That's a good calf. He's one that's got a nice shape to him up high. Just when we ask him leading, it's not because he's stubborn. You'll watch him on those back two, really tighten his hock and just kind of swings them. If we could just get him to reach and stride a little more, we would sure climb because that is a good quality calf, an excellent showman there. Unfortunately, he's just not wanting to use his hawk out here today. The young lady steer we have in fourth, love the power and shape in him. As impressive as any in terms of his handle and his dimension. He's one with that, still has some levelness to him, but does want to get just a little more opened up in his shoulder, struggle in terms of his structure. He twists on those front two, gets a little tighter in the way he handles his ankle. We'd sure put a shot more foot underneath him. The young man's black steer next, love the balance in him. He really looks good from the side. He's smooth in his top line. He's the one that flexes good enough. Sure might clean him up a nickel in his hock. The big thing on him, to move him up higher in the class, he's got to have more muscle shape. You get on top of him, he gets plainer behind his shoulder, not quite as much dimension from behind. We run into this red calf, a nice solid kind of calf, just drew up in a class with some really good ones. This calf has enough length. He sure has some thickness to him. For me, though, maybe gets just a little tighter in the way he handles his knee and hock. We'd sure open him up in terms of his rib cage back through that flank. The young lady's black steer, it's intriguing as any. Actually, these next two cattle, both ultra stout, probably as powerful and opened up in terms of muscle as anything. This calf for us just gets a little more jammed up in terms of length, a little coarser in terms of his shoulder and dimension, and we would like to free him up in the way he handles his hock. He not only is tight, he bows a little bit. You'd free him up there. But fresh shape, power, without a doubt. The next calf in the lineup, he's as big-hipped as any of them. Wants to get opened up through that shoulder and course up front. We'd like to just neaten him up there if we're going to improve his balance because at times he gets deep-chested, he breaks in his top. The next black calf, another one we can appreciate from a balance standpoint. He's one that flexes and reaches pretty good but gets a little narrow gauge. Then you have the red calf that wraps up the class. One you can appreciate for having a good shape to him in terms of just over his back and back through his rump. Just for us, gets a little more opened up through his shoulder, not quite as neat in the way his tail head blends in him. Gives up some overall softness to the top group in the class. Let's give him a big round of applause, please.
And in the heavyweight girt class, first place went to Mila Ducote of Jourdanton FFA. Second place, Cash Parker, Bell County 4-H. And third place, Libby Pode, Cisco FFA. In the championship drive for the GERT division, out of Class 1, first place went to Kai Johnson, Stockdale FFA. Class 2, first place to Grayson McMurphy, Randall County 4-H. And again, out of Class 3, first place shown by Mila Ducote of Jourdanton FFA. Class 1, second place shown by Riley Beard, Goliad County 4-H. Second place in Class 2, Bailey Fudge, Corns County 4-H. And second place in Class 3, Cash Parker, Bell County 4-H.
Well, we get out here in our Santa Gertrudis drive and really pleased with their lineup. It was tough sorting at times, you know, with this breed and the way things shake out. You get a little different shapes and sizes, a little more variation there. So trying to put that back together gets a little more challenging for us. And but at the same time, we get out here in our champion drive and things kind of come together. We like a lot of what's going on and what came out here and what was left. The young man's lightweight steer, that is another calf in that particular class. He got up there, just did a nice job combining muscularity with balance and certainly sound enough, structurally getting a little stretched out right now, but still a nice solid calf there that the young man brought us there. Young man out of the middleweight class, this is one of those calves that you catch the profile and you're really intrigued by him. He's nice looking, he's good up through his front end, and he's good in his top line. That calf for us is dimensional back through his hip. Maybe not the most powerful right in behind his blade and shoulder there, but still a calf that pulls the parts together on the profile. We like that about him. Would like to square him up just a nickel on those front two, but certainly a steer that's a player out here in the mix. Then we get to our heavyweight calf, and this calf is on up there in terms of weight, but he handles it with a lot of fresh shape. This calf's impressive in terms of his back through his rump. Structurally, though, and still with that kind of power and dimension, handles it in terms of balance. You know, in terms of balance, he's one that's maybe not quite as neat-necked as that calf right in front of him and neat in his shoulder, but I think still it fits with him and he proportions out okay for us. So, again, a very tough lineup here. I think there's not maybe just a clear-cut winner. Spencer and I are certainly in agreement on the one we settled on. Before we go select them, if you would, let's give these kids a big round of applause for their efforts out here this afternoon.
And the champion, Santa Gertrudis 2025 in San Antonio, Mila Ducote of Jourdanton FFA. We will now bring up the second place steer in the heavyweight class, Cash Parker of Bell County 4-H. And the reserve champion shown by Grayson McMurphy, Randall County 4-H. Congratulations, folks.
Every detail matters when preparing your livestock for the show ring. At Producers Co-op, we offer high-quality show feed, supplements, and supplies designed for your animal's best performance. Our specialized feeds promote optimal growth, conditioning, and muscle development for cattle, sheep, goats, pigs, and more. With expert advice and reliable products, we're dedicated to your success. Trust us to help you reach your goals with the feed that works as hard as you do. Come see why at Producers Co-op, it's better here.
Beginning with our Brangus division, our first class here has 11 entries. They'll range in weight from 1,000 to 1,200 pounds. We'll be placing 2. At the completion, as we complete our Brangus division here today, we will be taking a short 10-minute break to get paperwork squared away for our ABC division. But again, a short break at the end of the Brangus division. Brangus steer exhibitors, if you have a Class 33 heavyweight Brangus steer, you need to be moving to classification, please. Class 33 heavyweight Brangus steers, be coming forward to classification. We'll continue to remind you, if you have a steer that placed today, if you have a champion, reserve champion, or a first place steer, that steer will stay here in the barn. All the other branded steers must be taken to the TLMA pens across the way. Exit the cattle barn here at the door G and take your steers to the TLMA pens. Be sure and take your disposition card with you.
Well, we keep rocking and rolling here and do another good breed in our lightweight Brangus. Some good cattle that are left on the far side over there. I thought we got a good set of them out here in the center that we're going to work through. Thought this calf was close right here. Front feet need to square up just a little. Study him in his lower body. He's deeper in his chest than he is back to his flank, and he wants to roll up in his ankle a bit more than he needs to. But I did think that one was the next closest one. We got one who's good-bodied. He's got a good shape to him. He needs more bone and more feature and a square hind leg. Got a calf that needs to be more moderate and bigger-bodied and stouter. Another one that, honestly, I don't mind from the side view profile, and he's pretty nice in his structure. You get in behind this calf or up on top of him, needs a shot more muscle, kind of the opposite on the one that's right in behind him. He's boulder bodied and he's got more shape up high, too jammed up front, and that calf just doesn't have enough balance to him. And then the one that's here in the back of the lineup, I think that calf just needs a little more time. He's a little green, he's a little immature. He needs to body down, stouten up, and get just a little softer and easier feeding looking out here in this class. But congratulations to them. Good set of lightweight Brangus. Put your hands together for them if you would as they work their way out on a nice job here today.
Adams Fab. Established in 2007, they build custom livestock pinning and equipment to fit all your needs. Hanger feeder rods, adjustable slam gate latches, and skirted panels. It all comes standard. Custom pins made by hand and hot dipped galvanized so that you know that they're going to last. Adams Fab is a certified TIPS vendor and can design, fabricate, and install equipment to fit all your needs. Visit adamsfablivestock.com to get started today.
Well, as we get out here and start off the Brangus show, certainly some challenge here, these lightweight cattle, but still feel good about where we landed. This steer that leads off, I think that's one, yeah, you would make him just a little bigger in his rib cage yet, but after that, that's a good calf. He's one that's up-headed, got a quality look to him, has as much good shape right in there over his rib cage as any, and dimension as you get in behind him. In terms of bone work, not the heaviest structural one in here, but acceptable there. Again, I think he does the best job having some quality that meets up with enough muscularity for us. The young man steer in second, we really like the build of this calf. Big-footed, big-boned. I like the depth and the shape he has through his center body. A calf that balances okay. Just for us, gets a notch plainer in terms of muscle shape, particularly back through his quarter. Don't have quite that dimension we find in our class winner, but still a really nice built, good calf. We like his structural soundness over the steer in third. The young man steer in third has some pieces about him we liked. We pulled him a little later, but we were glad we pulled him. We like the muscle expression he has through his quarter. That calf for us just gets a little piecey, a little lower in his neck set, the way it ties into his shoulder there and deeper in his chest. He moves just a little fragile on those back two. We'd like to see him flex and square up on just a shot more bone. Young lady steer directly in front of me, as impressive as any right through his center body. Really good in terms of his back shape. He's one that opens up good there. He has some dimension from behind. However, he's one just comes to the ground a little too strong. straight and restricted for us, we'd like to free him up and give him a shot more bone. Then we have the calf that wraps up the class, a long-sided calf that has some depth of body to him, some thickness up through his quarter. However, for us, just a little off in his balance. He's deep up through that front end, wants to run up into his flank. We'd like to smooth him up, proportion him out just a little better, and freshen up his back shape if we're going to move him up any higher today. Let's give those kids a round of applause, please.
In the lightweight Brangus, first place shown by Taylor Eckelberg, Austin County 4-H. In second place, shown by Diego De Luna, J.B. Alexander, FFA. And as we move into the medium weight steers in the Angus division, this is class 32. There's 11 entries ranging in weight from 1,201 to 1,340. Again, placing 2. Steer exhibitors, if you have a Charlay steer other than a champion, reserve, or a first place steer that was branded, we need to get those steers across the way to TLMA pins, please. Charlay steers that was branded but outside of champion, reserve, and first places, we'd like to get those steers moved to TLMA pins, please. Brangus steer exhibitors, class 33. You need to get your steers to classification, please. That's a heavyweight Brangus steers, class 33. You need to bring your steer forward for classification.
Not as many numbers through our first two classes here in our Brangus division, but still, it'd take a pretty good calf to get the pull and get out here towards the middle. I'm excited about the cattle that we've got to work through here in just a second. The ones on the rail, here's a good shaped one that doesn't move quite good enough, and he needs more rib and body. Here's a group of cattle coming out next. These three right here in the corner that all need more muscle, and they all need more shape and width and dimension to them. We thought this calf was fairly close because he was pretty nice in the shape and freshness coming out of the backside of his shoulder. Compositionally, don't mind him. He's been very well fed. He's actually very uniform in his degree of finish. We just didn't think he balanced up quite good enough on the move. He wants to roll up in his top, get tall in his tail head, hook his hind leg, and needs some more flank to him. Here's a long-bodied calf that needs just a shot more real dimension to him whenever you get right down to the center part of his body. Good class of them. Those young exhibitors did a nice job for us out here. A heck of a set of showmen that really did a good job feeding their cattle. So if you would, pay them off as they hit the gate over there. They did a nice job here in San Antonio for us today. Congratulations to all of them.
Every detail matters when preparing your livestock for the show ring. At Producers Co-op, we offer high-quality show feed, supplements, and supplies designed for your animal's best performance. Our specialized feeds promote optimal growth, conditioning, and muscle development for cattle, sheep, goats, pigs, and more. With expert advice and reliable products, we're dedicated to your success. Trust us to help you reach your goals with the feed that works as hard as you do. Come see why at Producers Co-op, it's better here.
Well, as we got out in this class of the Brangus show, it started piecing it together, and it got tough at times, but we never faltered on the one we thought should win. This young man steer that leads off, that's one of those calves, just comes out and does a lot of the fundamentals right. I think he's good in terms of top shape. I like his dimension over his rib and loin and back through his rump. That calf for me is one that still balances pretty good. Maybe could be laid back in his shoulder just a nickel, but still a calf that has a lot of upside to him and gets out here and wins it pretty easy. For us, the second and third was a close decision. The steer in second, without a doubt, that's the stouter of the pair. He's wider based. He's certainly bolder middled and bigger topped and bigger hipped. He is a little off in his balance. He gets a little deep chested, maybe a little extra set to his hock, not quite as attractive there. But fundamentally, that's the calf that offers more dimension and structurally is certainly square and true in the way he moves. This steer in third, yeah, he's a steer that has some look. He's pretty neat-necked, comes level on his top line until he moves. He just needs to be powered up. For us, he just gets a little frailer boned, a little frail, and just fragile in the way he moves off them back two. Wants to duck his pins and funnel down through his base. We need to stouten him up if we're going to work him higher in the class. The steer we have next in the lineup, this calf for us, he's an intriguing one. He is big-middled. He is thick-made and big-boned. Love all that density about him. But from his shoulder forward, that dude right there, he could look like a Brangus bull. And I don't mean that picking on him, but he looks like he might have been cut a little late because he's cresty necked. He's broader about his head and his shoulder, and that doesn't tie into him quite as well as we would like, and that's where he'd change him. But you do the best job you can showing the wheels off that thing, and we appreciate it. We would just like to see him more youthful, and to us, just a little neater in the way he's put together up front. The steer that wraps up the class, a big rib, sound enough, moving kind of a calf, just reads a notch plain as you step in behind him, doesn't really salvage himself much on the profile. He gets a little shorter necked and waist fronted, just like to stouten him up, but can't appreciate the soundness when he gets out on the go. Let's give those kids a round of applause, please.
In the middleweight Brangus class, first place went to Kaysen Kep, Lavernia FFA, and second place, Kylie Tessman, Clayburgh County 4-H. And we'll move to our final Brangus class. It's a heavyweight steers. We have 6 entries in this class. They'll range in 1341 to 1,500 pounds. And once again, placing 2. Again, a reminder, we will take about a 10-minute break when we complete this Brangus division so we can get our classes in the ABC division properly populated.
Adams Fab. Established in 2007, they build custom livestock pinning and equipment to fit all your needs. Hanger feeder rods, adjustable slam gate latches, and skirted panels. It all comes standard. Custom pins made by hand and hot dipped galvanized so that you know that they're going to last. Adams Fab is a certified TIPS vendor and can design, fabricate, and install equipment to fit all your needs. Visit adamsfablivestock.com to get started today.
Well, as we get out in this class in our Brangus division, these top two cattle we really we like, and we thought there was trade-offs, and it's one of those things. When you ask them to move, that's why this pair sorts the way it does. I think when you do that, and this steer is, when he's traveling, he's a little bit lazy. When she gets him stopped, she pulls him together. But he's so much sounder and truer in the way he moves on his hind leg. That's why we had to do what we did, because with that, we come on up from there. This calf has enough muscle, enough shape, not as much as the one in second, and I think he still has proportion and balance. He's just one of those, that extra structural soundness and squareness he has gave him the edge for us today. Standing, this is the guy. This is the one that balances. This is the one that has the power, the dimension we're looking for. We love that shape and pop. We love his rib cage in him. But you watch him go, and it's not so much the fact he swings up underneath himself. He really wants to duck walk on those back two. If we could change him up there, it's game over. He's the one. But out here today, that's not what's happening. So the steer in third, that is a steer from his shoulder back. I really like the top shape in him. I like the muscularity from behind. This steer for me is a little more forward in terms of the slope to his knee and a little more opened up in his shoulder. If we could lay him back there and tie that into him just a little neater, he's one that's certainly a player as well. The young lady steer next in the lineup, I think a really smooth made, nice balanced calf. That calf for us, structurally not too bad on those back two. Wants to toe out a little bit up front. More than anything, you give him a shot more power to compete with the top end. The next steer in the lineup's one I can appreciate for this muscularity he has back through his hip, his heaviness of bone. But with that, opened up a little more through his shoulder and toed out up front. He is one you'd freshen him up right in there behind his shoulder. Then the calf that wraps up the class, that's kind of a long-sided calf that has some depth of body. He's fed pretty decent. He's one for us, just gets a little plain as you read him over his top and back through his hip. Not quite as attractive when we turn him to the side. Let's give him a round of applause, please.
In the heavyweight class of the Brangus, first place went to Carson Kaufman, Guadalupe County 4-H. Second place to Colin Nix, Hood County 4-H. And in the championship drive for the Brangus division, first place in Class 1 was Taylor Eckelberg, Austin County 4-H. First place in Class 2, Case and Kep, Lavernia FFA. And in Class 3, first place was shown by Carson Kaufman, Guadalupe County 4-H. In Class 1, second place shown by Diego De Luna of JB Alexander FFA. Second place in Class 2, Kylie Tessman, Clayburgh County 4-H. And in Class 3, second place shown by Callan Nix, Hood County 4-H.
Well, we get out here for Champion Brangus and we start looking at our class winners. And, you know, it was tough treading at times. We didn't have as big a group of Brangus cattle. We do feel like the top end was awfully tough. And that's one of those things when you get into like our lightweight steer here, that's not a bad calf. And in that class, we felt like he put the most good together in terms of having some look, some top side power, and some freshness about him. You know, out here, he doesn't look as mature in terms of just overall mass through his center rib and complete dimension. But that's a good calf. He's kind of being a turkey right now and getting tired, but that's still a high quality individual. From there, you turn to your middleweight, and I think this is where things start heating up there in the last two weight divisions in terms of competitiveness here for the drive. Young man steer we have out of the middleweight. Love him from his shoulders, just the center part of his body. He's big backed. He's opened up good shape through his rib cage there. I think he's sure leveling his top line. As we study that steer, he is one you'd like to give him a shot more bone. See him just travel out just a little sturdier there in the way he moves on those back two. That's still a really nice calf. And for as long as he is there from his shoulder back, you know, you might just stretch his neck out ever so slightly. But good cattle, fresh shape, and he's certainly a player. We get to the heavyweight. That one comes out here, and as I stated in that pair, we thought those were both awfully tough. This calf right here, of that pair, we thought he was the sounder choice. But with that, this is a big rib calf that sure has enough shape to him. He has enough balance and proportion. Would you raise him up in his next set, especially on the move? Yes, I would. He's a little dead-headed, but when she gets him parked, he gets him pulled together, he's one you certainly got to appreciate and consider. So, again, a tough lineup. If you would, give these Brangus exhibitors one more round of applause, and we'll select our champions.
Champion Brangus steer 2025, Carson Kaufman, Guadalupe County 4-H. We will bring Colin Nix, Hood County 4-H, into the mix for reserve. And the reserve champion shown by Colin Nix, Hood County 4-H. Steer exhibitors, if you have an
Adams Fab. Established in 2007, they build custom livestock pinning and equipment to fit all your needs. Hanger feeder rods, adjustable slam gate latches, and skirted panels. It all comes standard. Custom pins made by hand and hot dipped galvanized so that you know that they're going to last. Adams Fab is a certified TIPS vendor and can design, fabricate, and install equipment to fit all your needs. Visit adamsfablivestock.com to get started today.
the west end of the show barn into aisle F and get your steers squared away. Again, all the champions need to be moved to the new stalling area, please. Also, if you have a steer that classed out,
Every detail matters when preparing your livestock for the show ring. At Producers Co-op, we offer high-quality show feed, supplements, and supplies designed for your animal's best performance. Our specialized feeds promote optimal growth, conditioning, and muscle development for cattle, sheep, goats, pigs, and more. With expert advice and reliable products, we're dedicated to your success. Trust us to help you reach your goals with the feed that works as hard as you do. Come see why at Producers Co-op, it's better here.
I would also remind you, if you have a steer other than a champion or a reserve or a first place steer that has been branded, you need to get that steer across to the TLMA pins that are located at the back of the auction barn. Again, if you have a branded steer other than a champion, reserve, or first place, we need those steers moved to TLMA immediately. A reminder to all exhibitors of this first wave, all trailers must be out of Salida by 10 o'clock. Again, all trailers must be out of Salida by 10 o'clock tonight. Another reminder to the barn, if you had a steer that classed out today and has been moved to the second wave, you need to move your steer to aisle G for restalling. Again, if you had a steer that classed out of wave 1 into wave 2, That steer must be moved to aisle G for restalling. Attention in the barn. ABC steer exhibitors, lightweight class, class 1. You need to be bringing your steer to the staging area, please. Last call for the first class of ABCs. Last call. ABC steer exhibitors, Class 2 medium weights, be moving to staging, please. Middleweight ABC steers, be moving toward classification, please. In this first class of ABCs, the lightweights, again, we had some 49 entries. We will be placing six. Placing six.
one of the bigger classes to work through today as we get rolling back from our break. I think a good set of them that we've got, and I'm really pleased with the ones that we ended up pulling. Some close calls that Blake and I were talking about on the rail, so you kids make sure and keep showing, because we'll pull you. He'll be looking through them, and we talked about it, some discussion on some of those ones that were kind of on the borderline. I'll go through and kind of highlight a few of them. Not going to do them all just because we've got so many of them that are out here. Good cattle, though, along the rail. I do like this calf right here. Gets a little weird in his top line balance, and he needs to be just a little bit better in his tail head and from hooks to pins. He's got just a little swelling there on the inside of his hock. Change him just a little bit there.
Loose steer in the arena.
Thought we were going to do a little bullfight in there here in the middle of the ring. Just somebody holler at me if he comes up behind me. I think this calf right here is pretty close. I like his balance and I like his look. You get up on top of him, he's just a little bland right in behind his shoulder. He needs to be hooked up with just a little more fresh shape. But I thought from there back, rib and body, I think his hip and his hind legs okay. We just need to see him with a little bit more shape. There were some other close calls as we worked through this class. I thought maybe some hit and miss in terms of structure. I brought this up in another lightweight class as we were talking, just as far as maturity curve on these cattle in these lightweight divisions. We're getting some of them that are maybe just a little quicker in their maturity pattern, that are just a little too compact, a little short, a little quick. Then we're getting some of them that are a little later in their maturity pattern, that are just a little bit behind in terms of body shape and dimension. Don't mind this calf right here. Hit forward. Think he's fresh. I think you do a good job showing he's got a good neck set. You watch him and his hip and his hind leg. He's too short. He's too steep out of his hip. His rear ankle does not work quite as good. I thought this calf right here was close and he was on the bubble. You've done a good job with him. The fundamentals are there because that is a big-bodied, practical, sound, easy-feeding fat steer. A lot of classes you would have got pulled today because of that. We get in a big class with where you've got to be just a little more elite. That calf gets a little frail. He gets a little crusty neck. He doesn't have the same kind of shape and freshness to the handle. I think in this class, as we get in these bigger classes with a little more depth and quality, you have got to be elite. You have got to have something that really reaches out and hits us in the mouth. I just don't think that calf did. Just maybe a little ordinary. As we work on down, there's another calf that's real practical, real fundamental, kind of echoed the same comments, like I said, about the young man that was right there in front of you. Needs just a shade more of everything. This brindle calf right here got a neat look to him. We just need to change him up from a structure standpoint. And then the gray steer that's right in front of that one, big top, big hips, stout, maybe just not built quite good enough up front. Good class of them. I know I highlighted a lot of those cattle on the rail, but they put in a lot of time. They have put in a lot of work. We have got an awesome set of them to work through. So if you would, this was a big class of them. All these exhibitors did a heck of a job hanging with us late into the night tonight. So congratulations to them. If you would, put your hands together for them on a good class of them.
Loose steer in the arena. Steer exhibitors exhibiting ABC class 38, class 37. We're looking for one steer. Class 37, we need you to bring your steers forward for classification. Again, ABC class 37. Need to bring your steer forward, please.
Every detail matters when preparing your livestock for the show ring. At Producers Co-op, we offer high-quality show feed, supplements, and supplies designed for your animal's best performance. Our specialized feeds promote optimal growth, conditioning, and muscle development for cattle, sheep, goats, pigs, and more. With expert advice and reliable products, we're dedicated to your success. Trust us to help you reach your goals with the feed that works as hard as you do. Come see why at Producers Co-op, it's better here.
Well, as we get out of here, starting off our ABC show, really like the calf that leads off. I think he's one that hit us pretty good when he came in, and we knew he was going to be up at the top. We didn't know quite where till we got all the cattle in here, but we were very confident in starting with him, and that's the calf that does just combine, actually a market-ready or a market steer look with the body shape, the freshness of handle, still proportional and balanced. There's cattle behind him that maybe is neater necked here or a little sounder fronted there, but still that one easily wins the class, and we get up here and hang our hat on him. From there, 2 and 3 is a close decision because, I think there's some quality differences in those two cattle. For us, the steer we put second today, he's just the one that's a little more market ready, and I think you don't have to touch him to see that. Just a little more feel through his lower body. We like the way he opens up behind his shoulder. I think he transitions better from his shoulder into his forerib, into the rest of his body, comes at you with enough dimension. He's sound enough on his feet and legs. You would raise him up in his chest and maybe just square him up in that hip ever so slightly, but a good solid kind of a calf. Again, the fact he's a little further along in the game, which, this is a market show, that gives him the edge for us today. The steer in third, we think this is a high-quality calf. Maybe just not at 12 o'clock today. He's still about 10:45, 11 o'clock, but that's a good animal. He's big-footed. He's heavy-boned. He's shapely back through his quarter. Don't mind his top shape too bad. You can see he's still a little dry right in there in his forerib. Not quite the feel, and market readiness we find in those top two cattle. But a good animal there. Young man does a nice job presenting. The black and white steer we have in force, another one of those calves that we like a lot about. He's got a nice look from the side. That calf has some muscle, particularly from his hook bone back, We like the fullness back through his rump, and he carries it down low. That calf for us is still yet another one that's a little more pinched in his forerib, not quite as opened up and is ready and laying on fat in there. The big thing for him, we clean him up in that hock and improve his structure a little bit. The young lady's white steer coming out next. From his underline up, we really like that calf. That's a big back calf that sure has some squareness and thickness to him. He's pretty clean up through his front end. I just like to change him up in the way he comes to the ground. He's a little more push forward in his knee, but more than anything on his back too, he wants to move just a little short step and tentative. We'd like to free him up, square him up, and see him set him down on more bone. Young man's dark gray steer, another steer here you can appreciate for having just some smoothness in his top line, some shape back through his round, some heaviness of bone. He wants to read just a notch plainer in his top. We'd like to see a little more pop there and fresh shape. We're going to move him up any higher in the class. The young man steer right there, little guy, wrestled this steer all class long. Without a doubt, as muscular as about anything in here. He is expressive right there over his rib and loin and back through his rump. Love all those parts about him. They've got him fed in pretty solid shape compared to his weight. The big thing on him is just his structure. He's just coarser in terms of his shoulder, his knee joint, his hock joint. You can watch him go there, just plants him down a little hard and gets outside himself a little bit. If we could free him up, we could sure move him up higher in the class. The young lady's gray steer next is another one of those that's level and symmetrical in terms of his lines. He's smooth in his top line and good neck. He gets a little plain down low as we study him back through his quarter. He's another one we'd free him up in his hock the way he strides out there. The young man's white steer we have directly in front of me. Not a bad calf. That's one you can appreciate for having some dimension to him in terms of just right through his center portion of his quarter and over his back. He's one that gets maybe just a little deeper up in his chest and opens up the way he hooks in at the top of his shoulder, and we'd like to smooth him up in his tailhead. The dark gray steer, another one coming out on the stand. We like the calf. He has some look. He has some muscle. Just a little too straight and hard hitting on the go. The black steer coming out next. Another one of those calves you can appreciate for taking a long stride, and he does have some muscle to him. He gets a little puffy in his hock joints. More than anything, we like to elevate him in his chest floor and see him have a shot more bone. The gray steer right here in front of me, another calf I appreciate for his heaviness of skeleton. That calf has some shape back through his round. He wants to break in his top line, get off in his hip, a little straight there in the way he handles his knee and hock. The yellow steer coming out next, another one that's pretty smooth there from the point of his shoulder back through his tailhead. I can appreciate that. I'd like to just open him up in his forerib and stouten him up a bit. Then the dark gray steer that wraps up the class. We can appreciate the shape and muscularity through his round. For us, this calf wants to maybe just run up and shallow up through that rear rib and flank. You'd drop him down there. You'd sure square him up in the way he handles those front two when he gets out on the move. Let's give those kids a round of applause, please.
And the results of that first class of ABCs, the lightweights. First place shown by Julia Martinez, Waller County 4-H. Second place, Kate Kasmorick, Atascosa County 4-H. Third place, Cole Perez, Texas City FFA. Fourth place, Matthew Suster, New Caney FFA. Fifth place, Tinley Mays, Stockdale FFA. And sixth place, Patrician File, Wilson County 4-H.
Well, as Blake's giving these one last look as they circle out and kind of making some final calls on some decisions that we talked about. Again, a really nice class. We've got a lot of numbers in here. There's a lot of quality, probably a little more consistency in terms of type and kind than the last class. I think we kind of run into some cattle that maybe have some pieces and parts that you really, really like. For us, the balance of these cattle that we got out towards the middle, just combining the body type, the structure, the muscularity that we like with some presence and some look to them. I think they did a nice job with that. The ones on the rail, whenever they come in, maybe didn't hit us and maybe lacked one or two of those pieces, but whenever you go through and handle them, there's a lot of muscular cattle that are along the rail. There's not a shortage of power in here. There's not a shortage of freshness. There's not a shortage of dimension in a lot of these cattle. Maybe just their structure we need to change up just a little bit. I think a good set of them, again, kind of a few highlights as we'll work down. I like this calf's look and balance. He gets a little frailer in his bone work. I like this one's stoutness, just a little too plain and nondescript up front. Young man's done a good job with that baldy steer right there, feeding him, because I'll tell you what, you have got him as fresh as a daisy, my man. He is awesome in terms of his back shape. We just need to change his running gear down low, make him just a little stouter there. You've got a good-looking one that's a little too closed up and narrow. I like this yellow baldy, too. I thought there were some close calls on him. He's pretty solid. Now, he's not overwhelming in any one area. That's why we didn't pull him. That's why he didn't get out here in the middle, because he's just a little off where his shoulder hooks up into his forerib. For the amount of shoulder that he's got, he needs some more hip to match it, because his weight distribution and his balance isn't quite as good. But again, solid stock there. We run into some cattle that need to balance up just a little bit better. Top line, lower body balance, some things. Good looking steer here that from the side, and you're showing the wheels off him right there. That is a good look of a very heavy bone calf that is very good balance whenever you get up on top of him, whenever you get behind him. There is not enough heat down his back. There is not enough stoutness whenever you get in behind him. Here's a moderate, good rib, good feeding, good bodied kind of a steer that gets just a little bit plainer, a little bit wasty whenever we study him. Like to change him on his front feet just a little bit. Again, some cattle that we need to change their balance and their body type just a little bit as we work on through. Really some muscular cattle that have some dimension, that have some shape to them. I thought as we got down here closer towards the end, I thought there were some more close calls. I like this baldy steer right here that the young lady's got over there on the side as far as freshness. And whenever, I mentioned this earlier today, whenever you bring one in that is fresh-skinned and fresh-hided, and you can tell that thing has had an incredible home life, I want to commend you on that and commend you on the job that you did. But for the body mass that he's got up high, he does not match it with enough bone down low, and he needs to be tucked down just a little neater in his tailhead. But that calf did not get the lap for lack of effort on your part. He just didn't have the same kind of bone and feature and running gear that he needed down low to hang in and get him a spot out here in the middle of the ring. Couple stout cattle need to balance up just a little bit better, kind of the same thing here. There's a real rugged one that we need to change from a design standpoint. Good looking brindle, gets just a little flat from behind as we rock on and keep rolling down here. Stout one that's a little round and punchy build, one that needs a shot more body here. Good looking steer you do a good job with. Needs more muscle. The exact opposite right here. This one's not hurting for power at all, because he's got all you'd want and more. A little too round, a little too cresty, not quite good enough out of his hip. This steer, if it wasn't for his hind leg, this one right here, we thought this one had some really nice pieces. He just wants to hammer that hind leg down on the turf just a little bit too hard. Other than that, though, that calf's pretty nice. And then a couple cattle that need some more body shape, that need some more dimension. I thought that was a good class of them. We're going to have fun sorting through the top end, if you would, as these exhibitors are working their way out. Put a big round of applause together for them. They deserve it on a nice job.
Steer exhibitors, this is last call for heavyweight ABCs. Last call, class 38 ABCs. Once again, last call for heavyweight ABCs.
Adams Fab. Established in 2007, they build custom livestock pinning and equipment to fit all your needs. Hanger feeder rods, adjustable slam gate latches, and skirted panels, it all comes standard. Custom pins made by hand and hot dipped galvanized so that you know that they're going to last. Adams Fab is a certified TIPS vendor and can design, fabricate, and install equipment to fit all your needs. Visit adamsfablivestock.com to get started today.
Well, as we get out in this class, the ABC show, what we're doing here is Spencer's talking part of the group too, and talking to those kids directly just to try to expedite things a little bit. I know everyone's had a long day. But we get out here in this class, and it was a little tougher for us to piece together because there's not a calf that just does everything, so then we decided what we could live with. This calf that we lead off with, places he excels at the ground in terms of foot, the use of his joints. He balances up extremely well, gives you that nice look from the side. Everything kind of proportions there. He's long, he's deep tying in his hip, has to mention. He's not as just opened up right behind his shoulder as some, and that's where you could change him. You freshen up his back just a nickel, he wins this class running away. But still yet, he has enough to skeletal quality and good. We go ahead and we feel comfortable putting him up here to lead off with. The steer in second, he is a calf that has maybe that extra shot of dimension right there through his round. We like the pop and shape through his center body. This calf to us just gets a little piecey. He's a little more opened up in the plane of his shoulder, just the way he ties, a little deeper tying up front. But that's a big bone calf that has some density to him. He's acceptable structurally. You just like to pretty him up a notch. The young man's dark gray steer we have in third. This calf gets there because he's sounder than the one in fourth. This calf flexes and reaches and goes. He's got a pretty decent shape up high. We'd like to open him up and just see a little more depth in terms of his twist, another shot of bone work in terms of just density if we're going to make him play with those top two cattle. And this calf does open up just a little more in terms of just roughness there in his shoulder. This black steer standing, he has some awesome pieces, as good as anything out here. He's one that's good necked, he's big backed, he's sure shapely as you get in behind him. But when this guy leads him out, you can see the issue with him. Really short stepping, wants to throw him out up front. We just need to free him up and see him get out and go. If we're just judging him on the stand, he probably works his way up towards the top. Unfortunately, we also ask him to lead out, and that's where he loses out today. The young lady's yellow steer we have coming out next. From his shoulder back, I like this calf. Good top shape to him. Good dimension back through his quarter. That calf plants a decent hind leg. Just you can see, he's pretty straight in terms of the angle to his shoulder. He toes out up front and just looks like he's a little jammed up. We'd like to stretch him up, correct those angles. We do that. Different ball game. The black steer next in the lineup is one that's extremely smooth made. He's flexible on the go. Young man does a nice job showing his way up in here. We like that about him. He has a decent shape up through his top. We'd like to just see a little more shape down low, a little more density of bone too, to make him a stouter rascal in this group. The steer coming out next, he's on the other end. This is a big bone, big footed dude that has some thickness to his round. Unfortunately for us, he's one that's off in his balance. He gets deep up through his front end and shoulder, not quite as attractive there. He too could be freshened up when you get your hands on him. Young man's calf coming out next, another calf you can appreciate. This is a shapely rascal. He has some muscle to him. He has some boldness right there through his center body, but you can see a little more opened up through his shoulder and chest. Not quite as attractive there. Another one, you should free him up, give him a shot more foot size and bone to go along with that muscle. Let's give those kids a round of applause, please.
Moving to the heavyweight class of ABC, our final class of the evening. There are 40 entries in this class. They range in weight from 1295 to 1500 pounds, and we will be placing 6. And the placings in the middleweight class of ABC. First place went to Broden Fudge of Corns County 4-H. Second place to Carson Spicer, Arion County 4-H. Third place, Thiago Gonzalez, San Patricio County 4-H. Fifth place to Jenna Lee, Live Oak County 4-H. And sixth place to Landon Kep, Lavernia FFA. Steer exhibitors in the barn. If you have a branded steer that's other than champion, reserve champion, or first place, we need those branded steers moved across to TLMA pins. Again, all branded steers except champions, reserves, and first places must be moved to TLMA. If you have one and you've gotten your pictures taken, squared away, if you would, please take your steer on across. Also, if you have any non-placing steers that you would like to sell, you can take them to TLMA as well. The floor price is $198.18 per hundredweight. Be sure and take your disposition card with you. Also, if you have a steer that has been placed out into the wave 2, you need to move your steer down to aisle G to be restalled. all the steer exhibitors who are carrying their tack over here until wave 2, that tack must be stored in the classifying area here behind the main arena. But we were told that you will move that tack 30 minutes after this last show ends. But again, all tack that's remaining left here for wave 2 must be brought to the classification area here behind the arena.
This will be the last time that I come to the mic this evening, and we're going to wrap up what's been just an absolutely incredible day. We've ran through a lot of breeds, a lot of good cattle have came through this ring, and it's been an awesome, awesome set of young people to work with. I'll tell you who's done a great job, and before we wrap up and before we dismiss this class, if all of our ring help, if you would please give them a huge round of applause. They have done a heck of a job today. It was a long day. They have done a phenomenal job, and your crew here at San Antonio, it is second to none. I can promise you that. I thought, again, this is a good class. We've got a lot of them in here. We pulled a lot of them, and probably got a little pull happy. But I'm telling you what, when these cattle are this good, you just want to get them out in the middle, and you hate for those young people to hit the gate with a nice calf that they put a lot of time, a lot of work, and a lot of effort in. And we've really tried to be conscious of our decisions today. Every spot's mattered to us as we've worked through that. And I hope that showed. I hope Blake's description of the cattle, I thought were right on, and it's been fun to listen to him on his thoughts. Again, good class of them. We'll work through these. That black steer second in line, pretty solid kind of a steer for his weight and his mass out here in relation to the ones that we pulled. We need to see just a shot more heart and forerib and flank in him, and maybe just a shade more bone working to the surface. I think some cattle that are good in terms of their feedability, their practicality. They've got body shape as we work on down their cattle that got to this heavy weight and stayed compositionally correct. A lot of these are very appropriately finished cattle, so you guys have done a phenomenal job getting them fed. Big stout red steer needs to be just a little bit sounder, but I do like his muscle as we work on through some cattle that need to be changed just a little bit from a structure standpoint. I love the handle and the freshness of this steer. His hind leg is going to keep him along the rail out here in a tough class, but he is great shaped and compositionally he's very impressive. String of cattle, need more shape, need more power. That is a good built one right there, though. Gets just a little too flat there in terms of his rib cage and center body. Told this young lady right here, that is one unbelievably muscular steer whenever you get up on top of him. If you want to know what one needs to handle like in terms of just a huge grizzly back in one, that's him. Not quite sound enough to piece all that together, especially his hind leg gets just a little straight and a little hammer hock. But I'll tell you what, very impressive in terms of muscle. This calf here, pretty solid, little short stepping from behind. That calf, the black one that's right in behind him, gets a little rolled up in his back, ducks his pins. His hind leg's a bit uncoordinated, but still from there up, done a good job feeding that calf. He's darn sure got some quality. I thought this steer right here was very, very close to getting a pull out here for us. We need to tone him down just a little bit in terms of his frame size and weight. That steer, too, whenever you study him, study his hock and his rear ankle, it does not set down good enough. He's got to grab with just a little more flexibility all the way down low. Shiny Shirt of the Day award goes to this young lady right here with a big back calf that's got a lot of cutability to him, just a little hard-bodied for the kind of length that he's got, and he gets a little short stepping from behind, but the calf's very, very muscular, and he's very shapely. A little plainer shaped one here, a little plainer shaped one there. Congratulations. Again, it's been an awesome day to work with you guys here in the steer ring. If you would, last class of the day, those young people have put in a lot of time all day today and all year. Congratulate them as they work their way out. Nice job to them on a great way to finish out.
Once again, steer exhibitors, a reminder, if you have a branded steer other than a champion, reserve, or a first place, those steers need to be taken to TLMA tonight. So if you have a steer that's branded and was not a champion, a reserve, or a first place steer, please be taking your steer on across to TLMA pens immediately.
Well, we get out of here wrapping up the heavyweight ABC class. And again, you get into pieces and parts, but we felt really good about these top two cattle. And although they're not identical, we think they both bring the most good to the ring. This yellow steer we lead off with, that's to us the calf that combines a powerful shape with plenty of freshness, still a balanced look from the side, acceptable in terms of structure. And yeah, he probably could just roll out of that shoulder a little neater there. But again, that's a calf. You get your hands on him, you like him awfully well. He gets up here to the top for us. The black steer we have in second, I like this steer in terms of just his balance and eye appeal. He's one that's really good neck. Love the way it ties out the top of his shoulder, comes good in his top line. That calf to us is real smooth in his makeup. He's dimensional back through his hip. You know, if anything, that calf could have just a shot more bone to match up with his body type. After that, you better be quiet because that's a pretty good kind of a steer in his own right. We like those two. From there, 3, 4, and 5 is really close, and we had some discussion on there. This steer in third is one I know Spence liked early on, and he's one of those that he hits you, you get your hands on him, he's fresh backed, he's shapely back through his round, he's heavy boned. That calf proportion's pretty good. When he gets out on the go, at times maybe knuckles a nickel, and I'd change him up there. I would like to tuck him just a little bit in that lower shoulder. The white steer we have next, like this calf in terms of being a fresh back, level top, extended kind of a calf. We like all those pieces about him. He's another one you'd like to give him a shot of bone. He wants to swivel a little bit in that back wheel when he goes. That's one we would like to see just flex and reach and set it down a little square. But I do like his symmetry. I like his neatness, the way he blends. This steer next in the lineup, we love the power and shape in him. He's expressly muscled. Unfortunately, with that comes a little more coarseness in his build. You see it in his shoulder. You see it in his knee. You see it back in his hock. We'd like to smooth him up in all those parts. She does have his tail kind of tucked in him, and he certainly looks better now than maybe the look we got earlier, but that's where we change him. We love the power and dimension. We just like to see him flow together a little smoother. The young man steer we have next in the lineup, that's a nice balance calf, and this young man hustled on the lead. He's one that's sound enough on his feet and legs. He's one that we like in terms of freshness of rib cage. You'd like to give him a shot more shape down low if we're going to bump him up any higher in the class. The black steer next in the lineup's another one that's big backed. He's thick ended. He's one we appreciate for his density of bone work. We'd like to neaten him up. He opens up pretty big through that shoulder and drops down in his chest. We just like to tighten him up and all that spot, his front third there, the way it comes together. We do that. That calf starts playing towards the top end. The steer we have next in the lineup on the stand, we like his balance, we like his look, his muscle shape. For us, just gets a little straight in the way he handles his hock on the go and his knee. We'd like to flex him better. After that, we like that calf pretty well. The gray steer next in the lineup's another one you appreciate for his muscle shape and dimension. For us, gets a little coarse in his tail head, a little denser there in terms of just mass there through his lower body. We can appreciate all those pieces, just a little rougher in his build. Then the black steer that wraps up the class, really like the freshness of shape over his top. That calf has some thickness and extension. For us, he wants to get a little weak there in terms of his top line and break a little bit. He is one we would still like to see him just get out and go with just a little more freedom, particularly out of that shoulder and front end. Let's give those kids a round of applause, please.
And as we set the class for the championship drive, out of Class 1, first place was Julia Martinez, Waller County 4-H. Out of Class 2, first place shown by Brandon Fudge, Corns County 4-H. In Class 3, first place shown by Austin Earhart, Lubbock County 4-H. In Class 1, second place went to Kate Katzmarek of Atascosa County 4-H. Second place, Class 2, Carson Spicer, Iron County 4-H. And in Class 3, second place, Carson Stone, Taylor County 4-H.
Well, folks, as we get to our final breed of the day, again, we appreciate the ring help, the help out back getting these cattle to us. We've tried to be efficient when we could. We've had a lot of cattle we went through today, and, you know, we hit the ABCs, and I don't know about you guys, we have a lot more differentiation than just color. You get one of every shape and size and kind, and it gets a little tough at times to piece it together and try to make it logical, not only in our minds, but also when we present it to you, and make sure you can follow what we're thinking. Even that last class of steers, that was a tough class, and you know, cattle are getting tired too, showmen are getting tired, and that made a difference in the way that one ended up as we progressed on down the class. But we get out here for the drive, where we are pleased with where we end up and what we have out here. We have quality cattle. Young lady's little weight steer, it started in his class. She brought him in, and that's a good calf. He's one that fundamentally puts together as much power as you could ask, with a nice look. Big bone steer, sound enough on his feet and legs. Just a good solid calf there. Young man's middleweight steer, again, that was one of those classes where you had pieces and parts and just had to figure out where you were going to hang your hat. We love the structural soundness of that calf out of the middleweights. I sure like his balance and the freshness he has in terms of his look. If you were going to change him, you just give him a shot more power there from the point of his blade back to his hook bone and open him up. We do that. Then it starts getting really interesting. Then we get to our heavyweight. That one just came out of that class, and that's another one that has that freshness of presence and shape with plenty of balance and look. He gets him pulled together structurally as he gets out on the go. You know, yeah, you might tweak on his ankle just a little bit down low, but still very acceptable for the kind of power and shape he has. If you would, let's give these kids a round of applause, and we'll show you your breed champions.
And the champion ABC of 2025, Austin Earhart, Lubbock County 4-H. We will now move the second place steer in Class 3, Carson Stone, Taylor County, into the drive for reserve. And the reserve champion shown by Carson Stone, Taylor County 4-H.